We're just not gonna play Rain World because I just fucking can't. And yeah, it's frustrating me. So I'm gonna play Satisfactory. Why? I feel like it. Begging people not to get angry at the fact that I like to do things like explore. Begging people just have mercy and not get angry that I really sometimes just like looking around and finding shit and collecting shit and making like a zillion fucking containers for stuff. I think that's fun. And hopefully that'll be okay and people won't get too angry at me. Right, we had to turn off the music. Let's do that. No danger in this game, so... Which, to be fair, I actually think is a problem. Hello, ADA, you hecking heckity heck heck. Let me out! Let me out! Oh, we get our like own little Pip-Boy and like they're like instructing us to do stuff and like it's like, yeah, you can do this thing! And then like we fucking crash land.
Stay within your designated. And that is why the world is counting on pioneers like you. Fix it. Short-term solutions to long-term problems. Initiating climate law. Atmosphere.
probably fine. Being on fire, definitely, it's absolutely okay. You know, we're probably okay. You know, like the death level, the chances of hacking that backup parachute, skipping parachute. This isn't Rain World. It's true. Did I not change the? Yeah, I did. I changed the title. My controller is just the jump button is sticking really badly, and I tried to see if I could clear any gunk out from underneath it, but I think it's just the internal of it is broken. Possibly because I've been playing so much fucking Rain Worlds. But you really can't play when your character's 100% jumping 100% of the time. Like, it's impossible. So, I'll play some Satisfactory instead.
First contact safety tool supplied due to presence of alien megafauna. Adhere to Fix-It procedure and equip the Fix-It Inc. Xeno Zapper before leaving the drop zone.
I wish I didn't have to hit fucking apply every time. Oh right, I probably should disassemble.
Next objective, dismantle the drop pod. Fix-It incorporated as cost-effective and efficient. We do not waste. The drop pod will be recycled to construct the first stage of the habitat and utility base, often referred to as the hub. Next objective, use the resource scanner to find and collect additional iron to be able to build the hub. If you cannot find iron, be assured scans of the planet have revealed sufficient iron sources. Potential edible collected. Eating it and surviving does not count as a valid field test and does not generate enough data for Fix-It to make an informed decision.
Is it impure?
Store this
That's
potential
impure.
resource for later use.
These are impure as well. Not a bad place to start. Where are ya?
Samples of new alien species acquired. Interrupting previous message for higher priority message. Next
Hydrate,
objective.
thank you.
Use the build gun to construct the hub. Iron is a base component necessary for all near-future progress, so ensure you build the hub close to iron sources. Fix-It does not pay by the kilometer. Potential edible collected. If consumed before authorized as compatible with the human digestive system by Fix-It, the consumer is responsible for any and all consequences. Store this potential resource for later use.
she says, don't you worry, you're only 19, so why you in such a hurry? And it's a parking lot sunrise with a girl says that she
And is there any limestone near here? Because that's really the other resource I need. Oh, hello there. Yes. Seems good. Seems like a good, nice place to start. I'll just use this place. A little clearing. So I do want to build up a little bit, so I'm gonna mine this first, I think. I have to build a hub. I'm looking for the highest point in this little zone that I'm gonna use here. I think it's like sort of right here.
Hub foundation built. The hub terminal and crafting bench are only the humble beginnings of a successful Fix-It pioneer, but essential for the next steps of onboarding. Once finished, the hub will function as your base of operations.
I don't know what you're saying,
Next objective,
El Magas,
complete hub
but
upgrade
how are you
1.
doing? Oh, buenos noches, I just realized. I'm having a good night. I hope you're having a good night too. Select the milestone. We're gonna select it, and then we need some pipes. I need to make the iron rodses, and then we say iron ingots, and then we do the iron rodses. Oh, I need 10. Why do I think I need 3?
Hub upgrade 1, storage and frame, completed. Equipment like the portable miner can now be made in the workshop. Congratulations on completing your first milestone, the first of many providing access to new recipes and technologies for the Fix-It mission. Next objective, complete Hub upgrade 2.
Iron rods. I think that's intentional. She does say some really fucked up things, which is actually really, really funny. As a note, no, eventually there will be a whole heckin' factory here, but for the second, it is not pleasant. Not pleasant, unpleasant, it is not present.
Hub upgrade 2, power and shell, completed. The smelter can turn raw ore such as copper and iron into ingots, and the biomass burner generates power when fueled. Fun fact, most of the native flora and fauna is compatible with Fix-It technology. Fueling the biomass burner with inappropriate materials will result in deductions or even cancellation of your yearly bonus. Next objective, complete Hub upgrade 3.
No, no new map. There's only one map in the game. I do know that. You are speaking in Spanish again. 1 second. It's not translating. And said hi. Can't sleep either? I mean, no, I stream at night. Like, I stream overnight. What's the game about? It's about you are a person who is working as a cog in the machine in order to, quote-unquote, save the Earth. We don't know whether or not that's true, at least I don't yet. Please don't spoil if you happen to know, people in the comments and chat and whatnot. But as far as I understand it, my job is to mine resources and build stuff to prepare this land in order to help, quote-unquote, save the Earth. We have no idea if that's actually what we're doing, or if we're just exploiting things for somebody's profits, or who knows. But we will eventually find out. Ah, yes, it is a new save. Obviously, because like Nyx, Liz has the multiplayer save. Not invade Earth, save Earth. But we may be not actually saving Earth, we may just be doing it for somebody's profits. Because, you know, that tends to actually be closer to the truth when there's that sense of dread in the air. Yeah, but that was super early access, and there's been a ton of changes to the game since then. Which is the reason why I'm fully starting over, because one, I don't have the old save, because it was part of early access and all those saves have been deleted.
Listen, oi, run that again, I'm shelling them. Flow galactic, cool man Bellingham. Man, I got love in Krakow and Birmingham. The gal love me, but I keep hurting them. I'm a twat, got the chat. Bit of this and bit of that. I'll
What's down there?
with the Polish lads. By the time we're done, it won't be your flat, like flat. Tire, jet, flyer. Man, marking a tart in a raid, Maguire. Hardest skis in the game, Dan Dyer. Got loads of heat like a shit hairdryer. And again, I'm a big game player. Fly your sister out to Marbella. Treat her nice to a vampire, yellow and a Chardonnay and a pack of Stella. We make it bang like shotgun. Bottles on tap, let me pop
You little fuck.
We make it bang like shotgun. And if you want lyrics,
He's like, here, let me help you down.
bang like shotgun. Bottles on tap, let me pop one. We make it bang like shotgun. And if you want lyrics, I got some. We make it bang like shotgun. Best dressed in a rave like got one. Nah, I ain't got a wife, but I want one. Pink sweets and a dance might pop one. Aye, this one loud is kicking. That one's fine like parking tickets. Chatter up like what's your digits?
Oh.
You forgot my lyrics.
Well, I didn't have a save, so I mean, I did just start, I did just look, and it is not there.
Yo, they already know what I'm on. Won't slow down, but I just carry on. I make tunes for the gal and tunes for the guns. We make it pop off every single time that we run. We make it bang like shotgun. Bottles on tap, let me pop one. We make it bang like shotgun. And if you want lyrics, I got some. We make it bang like shotgun. Bottles on tap, let me pop one. We make it bang like shotgun. And if you want lyrics, I got some. We make it bang like shotgun. Bottles on tap, let me pop one. We make it bang like shotgun. And if you want lyrics, I
It does, but it's not nearly as big a deal as some people might make it out to be. You do take damage, but you really have to drop a decent distance to really take damage. Reminds you of Subnautica and Forest? Yeah, that's kind of the vibe. And it's a little like Factorio, but 3D instead of 2D. I mean, it's kind of a distance from where I want to build my shit, though, because I kind of want to build it over here, this little valley area. That's gonna hurt. Maybe we try again and we see if there's any this way. Really? Nothing this way? Oh, that's fun. But it's probably, whatchamacallit, not good music. I mean, it's probably copyrighted. There is literally a thing that says, in the audio files, it, like, literally has this thing that says...
species seems to persist entirely through absorbing and storing energy from its
block all
surroundings.
music that, like,
Studying
is
this could
copyrighted,
provide
which means
new
they've got a bunch
methods
of
for
licensed
improving
music
fixed
in the
production
game,
line
so I really
efficiency.
can't even
Store this potential
trust
resource
the
for
music
later
in-game.
use.
As a note, I'm just being rebellious in terms of, like, whether or not the game's actually gonna give me fucking any goddamn ore that I want, but it looks like the answer is no, there's this perfectly flat area that's really, really, really big, but yeah, there's no copper except in this one little pit, so I guess we're just gonna have to suck it up and, work from there. To myself, where did I find out? Oh, an impure limestone. 500, 500. The 2 mines of copper? I do, but I'm looking for closer sources because I would much prefer to have closer sources that are closer to the flat area, which will mean I won't have to build anything complicated or stupid to get where I want to get to.
It is fortunate fix-it helmets are of such high quality. Store this potential resource for later
Because the last
use.
time I played, I built like on a really crooked little mountain, and everyone was pissed off the entire fucking time that I wasn't building somewhere flat. So I am trying to avoid at least some of the really stupid conversations and conflicts that I had that made me stop playing the game in the first fucking place. People do seem to get intensely pissed off that you don't build your factory in the right place. Aha. This is what we're looking for. What are you? You're impure too. So this is where I built my factory the first time. People were intensely irritated by it. Which is one of the reasons why I wanted to kind of try and find a closer node to the area I'd rather build in. See how it's a little hilly here? I just had my machines on raw floor. Nobody liked that. These are impure too. I wonder if this is meant to be Iridani. There's a lot of slugs around. It's so fun. Oh, I don't have a map yet. Okay. So I have to actually go... Oops. That's a distance. Yep. been through here before, so not too far from my hub. I wish this was more like Subnautica, where it actually like gives you a distance to use. Convenient if there was coal near here. There is a nice little lake with some flat ground around it. And some nice. Okay, well, I think we'll stick here for now. I do have copper nearby, it's just not as close as I'd like it. Yeah, but I felt like playing it today. That is a thing that can happen.
Hub Upgrade 3, Interior Furnishing, completed. The constructor can produce simple parts, and power poles allow for the expansion of the power grid. When you make the inevitable mistake, Fix-It's dismantling feature is designed to salvage all resources used during construction, in line with our zero-waste policy. We understand that Fix-It pioneers are only human, and thus prone to error. Next objective, complete Hub Upgrade 4.
Somebody where your mouth is, but somewhere the crowd is. Baby, put your hands up, we didn't set a line to see us in the papers. We don't look like common, but it's a no-brainer. We already run it. I'ma take my time with it, show you what you got with it. If you know who you are, then you already know who to try. And if you really want it all,
I should have actually started with the tier 1 regrets. I need 40 wire.
Can't kill what I've become. I scream until I'm numb. Now with the summer skies.
Hub upgrade 4, landing platform and utilities, completed. Conveyor belts connect the output of one building to the input of another and transport resources. Due to past incidents, I have been asked to issue a clarification. Portable miners, obviously, do not have a connection for conveyor belts. There is nothing to suggest, visually or functionally, that they can be connected to portable miners. If this is something you struggle with, do not worry. Fixit has alternative uses for all their pioneers. Next objective, complete hub upgrade 5.
I don't know if that was from the beta or anything, but that would absolutely read. It would. Easy. Let me forget. Get to me. Get to me. I think of you every time it takes. One stop is all it takes. And it's pouring, it's pouring, it's pouring, it's pouring, it's pouring, it's pouring, it's pouring and pouring. You're screaming, feeling, there's a twisted feeling, feeling I can't let go. Thunder, she's calling, the words don't stop falling, falling out of the hole. Me, get to me. Things are you goodbye.
Take what you need, love what you do, and you'll be alright. Some money, power, glitz, some glamour to make you happy. Will you be happy in the end? You'll be alright.
plates 4 bars.
Money, power, glitz and glamour to make you happy. Will you be happy? Living all this
For fuck's sake. Thank you for telling me. I would not have known otherwise.
If you wanna know what it's like, I can't stay here forever. Stay here forever. Baby, I'm just keeping it real. You hold me down all the weather. Down all the weather. You pull me down, 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 down. I try to turn it around, but you pull me down, 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 down. 10 feet under the ground. You pull me down, down, down.
Yep, they are NCS songs.
Hello, motherfucker.
Welcome to the Cafe 80s, where it's always morning in America, even in the afternoon.
Has this game been out for a long time? It's been out for a while. I wouldn't know exactly how long, but I definitely streamed it when it was in early access, so... Last 5 years-ish? Worth buying? I like it. If I did, well, the reason why I didn't complete it was because I ended up getting trolled a whole bunch because I kinda like running around in the game a lot, and I find that to be quite fun, exploring and finding things, and for some reason that really annoyed my chat to the point where they were like begging me to stop playing the game. So I did. And then I just ended up never coming back to it until recently when one of my friends was like, "You want to collab playing this game?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, I haven't played that since early access." I wouldn't say it's endless. Like, I do know a fair bit about it. Like, the map is always the map. All the nodes are always in exactly the same spot. So you kind of get this situation where... you can build different factories, but there is technically the most efficient way to do it and blah blah blah, which some people deeply aim for. Well, if you play it long enough, you will eventually beat the game. There is some sort of end goal, but I've certainly never reached it. Good, cheers. If you want something that's deeply adrenaline rush like shooters, but definitely not a as heavy a requirement on your precision, you could try Rain World. which is an incredibly difficult 2D platformer, so that may not be up your alley, because I know some people just do not like platformers, and that's very valid. I must convert more people to playing the game that I like. And I'd be playing it right now, but my controller has bit the dust, and the jump button is not working anymore. It died. It died a horrible death, and that's why I'm playing this. Yep, Rain World. I need to make yeah. I need to make some more mining equipment so that I've got at least some of that happening. Oh, I forgot to actually make them? Job, I did that. Now I notice I care when I'm around you. I want you to make a move. I'm like a child that had everything go. And I don't wanna lose you. Nothing that you could do. But you're coming and have to go. There we go. I was like, just place it. But I'm pressing the wrong button to place it. Minimod? Minimod is basically when somebody comes in and tries to make up their own special rules about everything. Like, for instance, I may have at one point in time said, they may just be like, yeah, that she doesn't want to hear about that! And I'm like, actually, we were having a conversation yesterday about it. Who the hell are you? Kind of an old chat term, to be fair. The concept of a mini-mod. Because it's like, I'm like a moderator. I've been here a whole 20 minutes and follow my rules. like... Yeah, so one of the things I really like doing in this game is exploring, because there's lots and lots of stuff that you can kind of just find lying around. Now, I mean, I wouldn't say I'd use it as an alternative to playing the game the way it's supposed to be played, but I also wouldn't say that you can't get some decent resources from mucking about like that, because you can, you totally can. I really should have started outside, like, after, like, with the tutorial finished. It's not as though I don't know how to do this part. It's just, I was just like, oh yeah, maybe I'll get some extra stuff. But no, you really don't. You just have to start with less shit. It's good for people who don't have a singular clue how to, like, what a resource, like, what a factory game is or what a resource game is, but yeah, it just ain't great. Like, I have assemblers, but, like, I feel weird about building when I don't even have freaking concrete. Like, I want to build platforms if I'm gonna build anything. Give me, let me finish this. It's like, ugh. It doesn't take long to do it manually, it just, you know. I should have just skipped this part. Then I need... How much wire do I have? 26. You don't understand DID? So a lot of people know it as multiple personality disorder, but they really haven't actually called it that since the 1980s. Dissociative identity disorder is closer to what the disorder actually is, which is basically when you dissociate, somebody else can pop out because your brain has decided to make more than one person when it was making people. So, like, for most people, when your brain made, you, it made one. When my brain made me, it made me, and then it made another one, and then it made another one, and then it made another one, and yeah, so there's lots of extra folks in here. I just realized that the tutorial is called the Pioneer Obligatory Onboarding Program, which means it's the poop. It's the poop. It's the poo program. That's so fucking funny. Oh my god. Alright, so now we've got enough of those, we've got enough of these, and we got enough of that. Alright, cool. The same, but
Hub upgrade 5, power expansion, completed. The miner, unlike portable miners, can be connected to conveyor belts and requires power to function. Caution. As you expand, the energy demand of your production may exceed the capacity of your power grid. The onboarding program was established because fix-it pioneers often experience memory issues after planetfall. If you are experiencing nosebleeds, nausea, existentialism, or an itchy scalp, there is no need for concern. This should pass within 5 to 7 workdays. Next objective, complete hub upgrade 6.
At least we now have an actual miner, so I can stop using the temporary ones. I need 10 concrete. Oh, nah. You really want to make us need to start making concrete? Oh, fuck. Ow. That hurt. Oh. Somehow I never actually hit the button. I look at it and then I don't actually, like, select the milestone.
I swore I'd block your number for good, but here you are texting me you up. I know exactly where this is, on your side of the bed at 3 a.m. I tell myself don't fall this time, but you say my name and I lose my mind. You're a bad idea again, but I always let you back in every time I say I'm done, I'm lying. You walk in the room and I stop trying. You're a bad idea again, but here I am making the right time. Guess I never learned my lesson. You're a bad idea again. Your friends all think I'm over this phase.
I've been telling me to walk away.
But we both know how the night goes. We talk a little, then lose control. I tell myself I'm stronger now, but you smile once and it all falls down. You're a bad idea again, but I always let you back in every time I say I'm done, I'm lying. You walk in the room and I start trying. You're a bad idea again, and here I am at your door at 10. Guess I never learned my lesson. You're a bad idea again.
Oh? Yes, it doesn't matter that everything is going through the same fucking lines. Apparently, it doesn't matter. Because apparently, back in the day... Well, I mean, yeah, whenever William was playing Oxygen Not Included, he would keep on burning out all of his wires because of fucking compatibility between wattage.
Woke up in the bitch like, what's up? Haven't seen your face in 2 months. Now I did a shit not just once. Yeah, do you notice me anymore? Girl, you know we've been here before. Girl, quit the acting, live with me. And we both know it's no secret.
You may saw me at all. I just wanted
How do you feel about me? How do you feel about me, girl?
Oh, fuck. I thought I had enough concrete. I didn't. There's gonna be a problem in short order here. Reinforced iron plates for that. Awesome. Cool. Love that for me. Where'd you go, buddy?
Ela chega, domina o baile, é foda demais. Gata braba, safada, bagunça meu juízo em paz. Vai embolando, jogando um corpinho sem dó nem dó. No grave que bate,
Hello, Pupper!
bota com muita pressão. No batucão ela vem, vem. Sua na pele não para, vai, vai. Corpo no drop, perde a razão. Que bota com muita pressão. No batucão ela vem, vem. Sua na pele não para, vai, vai. Corpo no drop, perde a razão.
Yeah, I just go Pupper. I just go Pupper. And now I have a Pupper. That is in a very annoying spot. What do I need to make? I don't remember. Oh, I need to make iron plates. Ugh. And I need to here. Table and these. Talk to me. Okay, need to make got enough to make it. Which person is this right now? It's Nick. It's Nick's. Are you the one that most often streams recently? But there's also been periods of time where William streams for weeks and weeks on end too. It's usually me or William, but like, you know, that's because we fret the most. pretty much everybody else. Tied for last place is basically everybody else in the system. So it's mostly just cable that I need, okay. Thank you for the hydrate. Concrete, probably done. Wake up on Tuesday afternoon, your windows open. We wasted a couple nights in a row. Now we're broken, couple missed calls from your mother. Four missed calls from your father. We'll catch you before so much left to decide. You're the best thing from the sun. me up, down, through sections when I'm not around. I hold out, waiting for your soul in the backyard, in the backyard. Get my passport, boy. I'm still waiting for you. I'm so close to breaking through. Can't stop waiting, waiting for you. And we both know it's as long as we know. Couple of us, I've been and not discussing. If I have much left, satisfied. Tell me just what's red. How
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
we're waiting for your soul in the backyard, in the backyard. Get my passport, hey boy. Oh, thank you, Bobby. Waiting for you. Oh, told me she wanna go. She told me she wanna. Forget about you. Forget about you. The fact that I'm going to have to rip all of this out makes me vaguely irritated. Like, not depressed, but certainly irritated. Ooh, fuck out of light, yeah. Fuck out of light. Wah wah wah. Hi, Sky. I mean, it's good to sleep. I'm gonna say my fuse is gonna blow again like 1 fucking second because I'm going through so much heckin' resources.
I was chasing shadows, moving too fast. Didn't see the way all love couldn't last. Now I'm stuck replaying what I put you through. Every night I'm haunted by the thought of you. If you need my love, call me and I'll stand for you. And we can talk all night long. If you want me love, call me and I'll drive to you. And we can touch all night long. Call me and I'll come through.
Didn't see the way up. I love it. I love it. I love it. If you love it, call me and I'll come. And talk all night long. Hey, you little shitfuck! Dick face. Nah. Don't you be running. Don't you be running. No. You're dead. That's what happens. Where's the sphere?
Fold the vase to the altar and chant. The astrobiologist Dr. D.M. Mercer was the first to recognize the presence and probable nature of these alien artifacts. These chain-melted state spheres are named in his honor. Each sphere emits a unique signal and will require study to determine local application, store it for later use.
That's the way it goes. It's the way it goes. It's the way it goes. I wouldn't bet it now.
She acts so nice to me, but I know her heart is froze. My shit's so righteous, but I know it's like she chose. Now we in the VIP, so don't you get too close. She wants a week from me, I need to get on those. And I got myself too far top of the Uber, there relax. She called me, hit me up on time, I push relax. Cause I'm throwing up to the sink right now. Wake up and I'm upside down. Well, it's just the way it goes. She like her look glamorous and it's just the way it goes. Now we at the hotel, wanna take off her clothes. I'm hoping she won't talk cause I wanna lay low. It's just the way it goes. She like her look glamorous and it's just the way it goes. Now we at the hotel, wanna take off her clothes.
Just the way it goes. Just the way it goes. What met it now? The way it goes. The way it goes. I wouldn't let it know. The way it goes. The way it goes. Wouldn't let it know. What I'm really looking for is like stuff like this where you pick up a bunch of actual wood because wood takes longer to fucking burn than the damn leaves. I'd like to start making biomass, but I think that's the next upgrade and I need to let my factory grind, which it goddamn can't because I have no fucking fuel. I really have paleberry bush with no paleberries on. Oh, right, I need to actually refill. Ha! Okay, got 100 of those. Excellent. Beautiful. Like, how do I get rid of all this extra freaking ore? Oh yeah, I could just manually process it instead of being like, I don't know what to do with it. I know that there's a button that you can press to like craft. It isn't right click. It doesn't double click. Ah, there it is. It's the space button. Good job, me. I could have just hit the space button. And then I could, like, not have to hold the box. The height of lazy.
Stay out of my business, attitude switching, no speed limit, chrome heart dripping, righting my wrongs, brighten that picture, future so blurry, couldn't frame it with a filter. You sort of don't know how to act, babe. Need some money in the city where the bags are. Took her out of work and now she never going back to it. Said it feels better when you come and put your hands on it. Oh yeah, don't got no money so you spending mine. Back to LA and now we going out. Came from the back and now we in the front. Still in the club and now you know we letting time fly. Can't stop, won't stop, hit the skyline while everybody else flies. Cause I'm down right, keeping things on lock. I'm about mine. Somebody push shots and time fly. Can't stay in one
Hub upgrade 6. Landing platform hydraulics completed. Freighter landing initialized. Congratulations, you have completed onboarding and achieved the absolute minimum skill level required of a Fix-It pioneer. Fix-It looks forward to your future achievements, because a future with Fix-It is a future with you. Tier 1 and 2 milestones are now available in the hub, and biomass burners can now be built individually. Your first official objective is to initiate Project Assembly by building the space elevator. This objective will take a significant amount of resources, so Fix-It recommends getting to work.
Oh yeah. Alright, can't stop, won't stop, and it's alright. And everybody else stops, it's alright. Living on a cool shop, it's outside. Cause stay in one place, it is outside. And let it all day, so I can't see straight. That shit is gonna shut down again. But I can make biomass now, I believe. Ah, spitch.
Me leva pra longe, longe sem pensar. Teu toque me prende.
Looks like Gmod? Not Gmod, it's, Satisfactory. Only self-defeat. It looks like it. Okay, so what do I need to do? Focus on getting the ground flat first, and then we can worry about everything else. It's gonna drive me nuts until I actually get that done. And for that, I need the base building stuff. And for that, I need 100 freaking rods.
Milestone reached. Several new structures are now available for improving factory organization. Foundations provide a building grid, which makes it easier to manage placement of any structure. In the event that you are experiencing amnesia for all events prior to planetfall, be reassured that memories of beloved humans and/or animals would have only been distractions from your important mission.
Let's actually start with a 4 meter. Shit's gonna be rough for a hot second here, but it'll be fine. I really don't want the chainsaw, but I know that I don't get the chainsaw, I think, until I've done some of the man stuff, so we're just gonna start ripping this shit apart, too. Right, iron plates. And then I need to build, like, basically, like, bunker production of, make biomass, turn biomass into energy. Fun time. Alright, so that will get me that, and hopefully, I think I need stacks to get the wire. Beautiful.
Milestone reached. Supply the molecular analysis machine, referred to as the MAM, with local resources to research and develop new technologies. Potential technologies include exploration tools, weapons, and factory buildings. These are essential for maximizing your Pioneer efficiency and alignment with Fixit's core pillars: construct, automate, explore, and exploit. To advance Fixit's mission, all notable phenomena, resources, technology, or other influence should be investigated regardless of any perceived danger, as stated in the Pioneer contract.
Okay, so I want to... I guess I need to make the assembler first. That's probably my first. God. Oh, it's the thing. I'm like, it's already broke, man. Give me a damn second here. Production. Instructor. Oh, baby, I wanna stop. Oh, baby, I can get it. So all I need is a storage container.
By the way you look at me, yeah. Baby, don't you lie, girl, you know your body T. You show me your pretty girlfriend, who is she? Yeah. I'm just trying to know if you wanna be.
And I need an assembler. Or constructor. From Rain World to Satisfactory? Yes. Tried Satisfactory, didn't like it? I mean, that's valid. It's not for everybody. Help, where's chat? Chat is where you are. I hope I have helped you locate the chat. By the way you look at me, baby, don't you like girl, you know your body too. Me, your pretty girlfriend too. Get out of here! Get! space in between there, and we have shut down again. Why are you here? Go away! Get! Heckin' thing.
Lucid days, I'm getting closer to unlock my consciousness. The prison's only building up my tolerance. We were never born to be the obvious, isn't it obvious? Time will slip and I still wonder if I'm dreaming, or maybe I'm the only one who's
Wide awake, am I the only one?
up and down on my feet. Feel like I'm ascending. I've planned every step, I've seen everything, so it's no surprise I can't sleep. It's just the push that I need. I've gone past the point I'm all in. I know that you're thinking that you're really gonna do.
I have done the hydrate, thank you very much. I still wonder if I'm dreaming. Awake, am I the only one? I just need to get this thing going, and then it should actually do what I need, I think.
Son?
Working on it. Hold on now. There's nothing left to do. Fighting for you. Good morning. the bushes grow back on their own? Nope. As far as I understand it, they do not. But there are other sources of biofuel that you can get that are slightly more renewable, I think. But then you can also start moving into other things, other sources that are renewable.
Unknown metal collected. This metallic element is showing properties similar to those in Group 11 on the periodic table, such as high conductivity and malleability. Research it in the MAM to establish classification and potential application.
I just need to get the stupid biomass thing online and it will be slightly less annoying. Slightly less. How long has the stream been going on for? Like over 6 hours. Yeah, but I had to restart the stream because I discovered the most annoying way possible that I can't unplug my tablet. The computer then wants to get a full reboot in if it ever gets unplugged. But I also discovered the most annoying way possible. Oh shit. Ow. Yeah. Look like that. Okay. That my controller is beyond borked and the A button is not salvageable. I finally got frustrated and like freed it from the plastic around it. I was like, it's fine, sort of thing. But it's not just that it's getting stuck. It's that the springy don't sprung. It don't boing up anymore.
Potential edible collected. Reminder that look and smell alone do not provide sufficient
Xbox
data
controller.
to determine exact risk of consumption. Just because it looks like you can eat it, does not mean it won't eat you. Research it in the MAM to establish classification and potential application.
But it's just fun. I don't want to wander too far from the hub, but, you know.
Unknown crystalline mineral collected. This mineral is composed of the same chemical elements as quartz and may yield similar industrial functions. Research it in the MAM to establish classification and potential application.
Very true, very true. You do a little hunting, you do a little gathering, you build a giant factory. In this case, I'm just really annoyed because my shit won't stay online long enough to actually establish itself. If it would just do that, then it would work out, but it's not. Because it's like, nah, I am constantly running out of fuel. I can't handle myself. Okay, guys. Stay online long enough for the other frickin' burner to start up so that I can actually, like, heckin'... As soon as this thing keeps itself going... This is connected to this, right? Yeah. There's shenanigans going on. Oh, nah. This just needs to stay online long enough for me to actually get this stupid crap online. Can you just work with me here, game? Just for a hot second here. Okay, little haystacks are going into here. Little haystacks are going into here. This is online. Sweet. Now I don't have to fucking fill this thing all the time. Now I can just fill this one up. I don't know. Weird. This one I've got. This one is the one that I got before, and it fucking broke in like less than 6. So that one is so good. What was this one? What was the other one called? One that lasted a really long time. What are you? You are a... This is an official Xbox. Doesn't say what the name of it is. Model 1708.
I think I need a break. Don't care how long it takes. You know I hate the way you make me feel so dark. You really broke my heart. You open up my scars. I think I need a break. Don't care how long it takes. You know I hate the way you make me feel so dark. You really broke my heart. You open up my scars. I think I need a
The Xbox One controller was the one that I had that was really good. And it probably works just fine. It's just the wire in it fucking died.
I think I need a break. Don't care how long it takes. You know I hate the way you make me feel so dark. You really broke my heart. You open up my scars. I think I need a break. Don't care how long it takes. You know I hate the way you make me feel so dark. You really broke my heart. You open up my scars. I think I need a break. Don't care how long it takes. You know I hate the way you make me feel so dark. You really broke my heart. You open up my scars. I think I need a
Oh, duh. Why would I think that they would still make them? So of course they're now rare. Never mind. I just try and find something that doesn't has good ratings. buttons don't even work and become stuck after 3 months of use. Sounds familiar? That's fine. Okay, found one, found one. This one seems to be good. So like, oh, it's really sensitive. Well, then don't rest your fingers on the triggers. Why would you do that? Oh, man. There we go. Added. I tell people say hydrate at the same time. It means you want to chug 1 liter of water? Nope. It means that they've all said it at the same time, and I will continue making a singular sip of water. Fun! Okay, things looking up in the game. I am the satisfied. Awesome. Whoa. Sorry about that, shotgun hunter. I only decided to like throw in the towel on this stupid thing today, like about an hour or two ago. So. Oh, you red-faced droopy eyes at me. I don't know what it means, but it's really kind of funny to say that. Alright, I feel better about this now! I feel it. I feel it. I'll feel it. It's good. Yes, because I cannot drink water like normal human beings do. I can only take a small sip at a time. So I ask people to remind me to drink at all. Because unlike people who can hydrate themselves by just chugging a shit ton of water, I can't. So... otherwise I choke. And then you get to listen to me cough and splutter and whine and cry and cough and cough and cough and cough and cough. It's no good. Yeah, but that's not going to happen to a person who literally takes one small swallow of water every couple of minutes. I swear to God, everybody's a goddamn broken record. You're gonna die of hydrosis! No, I'm fucking nut. I am literally dehydrated most of the time because I can't drink water, like most people. Good for you. Everybody always says the same things. And I get confused because it's sort of like, well, yeah, I know about that, but it's not actually going to be a problem. Yes, it is. It's a big problem. It's a big problem. You should worry. I didn't battle. I went on my own, so I was better. I'm now I'm going. Okay, so I want to make a little storage box. You can go in there. You can go in there. That can go in there. Really enough room for it here? There isn't enough room for it here. Oh. It's encroaching on space! It's encroaching on space! It's encroaching on space, you guys. It's encroaching on space. You can do that? You. Super mega you. Now it looks better. Now it looks better. Now it feels better. It looks good. Feels good. Looks good. Feels good. Very true. Much better than cocking a cockroach. Yuck. I don't even know. Like, cocking isn't a fucking, like, it isn't. Game be like YouTube be like, I'm gonna censor that. I'm like, you censor that, but not like literal absolute filth. Good for you, you piece of shit. You're so useless. Hi, can I ask you a question? You can. I can't guarantee you'll like the answer. It's so true, but like, I don't know, part of me is just like, that's not really, like, I mean, that's not real. I mean, I guess. I know the whatchamacallit. I know they exist. They're K-pop thing, yes. What game is you playing today? Is playing some Satisfactory. It's very satisfying, I think. Am I doing good? Not too completely horrible. I mean, give it time, but not too completely horrible. You don't understand this game? I'm on a planet. I have the ability to build machines that make stuff. So, like, for instance, I could go up to my little crafty bench here and, like, craft copper ingot. Really, really slowly. And then I could take those copper ingot and then I could turn them into wire. Really, really slowly. Or I could make a machine that like mines copper ore, and then I could make another machine beside that machine that turns the copper ore into the copper ingots. And I can put another machine besides that machine that turns them copper ingots into copper wires, and then I don't have to do any of that shit. I mean, Subnautica does have some of that. Subnautica's more explore-y and not so much just the factory. But there is exploration stuff in this. To be fair, I need to go run around and do more exploring. Minecraft, but realistic? I mean, it's a survival game. There's lots of different games that have that kind of aspect of running around, grabbing resources. In this case, it's just literally me picking up leaves. Lots of leaves. Eventually, I'll get a chainsaw, and then it's all over for everybody. Chainsaw will be nice because the resources are kind of a pain in the ass to gather, so it would be nice to be able to just clear some trees and stuff. Because it makes up for a whole lot more of a more useful resource. At least for right now. Eventually we'll be able to do some more mining of some more stuff. Well, I mean, that is kind of what cockroaches do. They like food, so they live wherever they can get a foothold. And also you. You. Deforestations. What? Daisy? No. What? That's the silliest thing. That is a large no. Nah. I mean, what's the point? Okay, hear me out. What's the point of having a so-called realistic Minecraft, like a real-looking Minecraft? What would be the point? That's not the point of Minecraft. Oh, I would play Minecraft, but it's full of squares. No, it's full of squares. That's awesome. That's so cool. That's the aesthetic. Like. Appreciate it for what it is, not like bitch about what it isn't. There are other games that do similar things, but it ain't Minecraft, because yeah, no, that's like that's such a nonsense. That's such a non-comment. Oh, you know, it's Minecraft, but there is no squares, so it's not Minecraft. Ah, I hear you. It's not Minecraft. Well, I mean, it has crafting. Yeah, other games had crafting before Minecraft, but Minecraft is the one that's got the goddamn cubes in it. If you didn't like the cubes, then clearly you didn't like Minecraft very much. And valid, that's not for everybody, but like, don't tell me that your game is Minecraft with no cubes. But the point is the goddamn cubes. And building neat shit out of cubes that, by all means, should not probably work as well as they do. It's about the visual and technological limitations of something built on a grid system. It's makes for creative design choices and overcoming the inherent cubiness of everything is like part of the challenge and the fun. Well, I've played Rogue. Probably there's probably a lot of people who have played roguelikes and roguelites with a T, and have never ever played Rogue and have no idea even what a roguelike is referring to. They're just like hard. I'm like, no. Rogue is a game that you play until you die, and once you're dead, you have to start the game over by like 100%. Like that is the concept of Rogue. The idea is that it's an adventure game where you get resources and upgrades and stuff like that, but if you ever die, it's like, oh well, that's like a hardcore server on Minecraft. Well, no, because the idea is that you also can't take it with you. Like most of the things you get in Rogue are Rogue's a lot like Isaac. Like, Isaac is a roguelike, though some people wouldn't even realize that it is, but Isaac is closer to a roguelike than... So, like, if it's like Binding of Isaac, only there's no unlocks. No unlocks at all. There's just literally items you can find, you don't know what the fuck they do. Like, technically there shouldn't be a wiki sort of thing. You use them, you find out what they do. I mean, that's valid. The fun thing about this is, well, I mean, there's a couple of goals you can have when you're playing a game that's kind of in this vein of like a factory building game. Like, you can try and go for like hyper efficiency. You can kind of like try and make things look really nice. You can just, you know, make your factory do the bare minimum so that you can kind of like advance the plot. Or you can do some combo of all these things. Right now, I'm slowly building up the floor so that the floor is flat, because the thing is, the floor not being flat is actually really annoying. And not only does it make everything look like trash, in my opinion anyway, it also kind of makes it hard to like visualize what you have and haven't done yet. Like me, I just kind of like having a nice flat ground. The problem is that I don't have chainsaws yet, so I can't get rid of these goddamn trees. Can you build robots? Maybe? I think there's drones? But I'm not sure. I have only played it a little bit. A bunch of people got super upset that, like, I wasn't playing it the way they wanted me to play it. That's so funny. Is a drone a robot? It's like a little flying machine that flies around with you. Stop it. Get help. So valid. Especially considering I used to be a goth back in the day. A zillion years ago in the before time. Now I just can't be arsed because why do I want to dress up? It just takes too damn long. And I don't have anything nice anymore, really. Now, should I build ramps? I will eventually build ramps around the edges, but like right now, I'm still building the base of the factory, so... Yeah, drones and robots and androids are all different. A robot doesn't have to look like a human, though it often has parts that are semi-human-ish. Like, a Roomba is a robot, and it kind of zooms around. It's got a body, it's got some useful parts on it, but it doesn't necessarily look like a human. An android looks like a human on some conceivable level. It'll have eyes, head, arms, sometimes legs. Like, that's an android. A drone is, generally speaking, a flying robot. So it's a robot that has the capacity to fly, and they are both sci-fi robots as well as
overheads, geeks, sluts, bloods, wastoids, dweebies, dickheads. They all adore him. They think he's a righteous dude.
Oh, we do think you're a righteous dude. Welcome on in, Yuppie Dog Marketeria Royale. Yes, indeed. We have some lovely Satisfactory going on right now. If you need to raid and run, totally understandable. Definitely go get something to eat, something to drink, all that good stuff. And we will see you later. But if you are going to stick around, welcome on in. My name is Nyx. I'm from the Dembi system. We have DID in real life. We use VTuber technology to help you guys tell us apart. Today I'm playing some Satisfactory, and it's a That's an amazing... I love that. Yes. Goth only cares about energy drink. Truth. But also, when I say I don't have any nice clothes, I'm literally talking about nice in terms of goth. I.e., I would want, at the barest minimum, some new black clothes. Because my old black clothes have fallen to pieces. Because I'm... Like, the goth movement started a long time ago. And back then, I would have been known as a baby bat, which is literally the second wave of goth. The original goths were from the 80s. And I was a little too young back then. Bark, 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 bark. Broke. Rich kid wanting to cosplay depression. No. Incredibly poor person. Unable to even cosplay depression. Bruh. I'm literally on disability because I literally cannot do most things many people can do. There's a significant portion of oof, I wish. That goes into my everyday life. Zoom, zoom, zoom. We have all the zoom zooms. And we have some wire. Very nice. Yay! My power grid. I don't know why we don't know what depression and happiness is about. Well, depression's it's one of two things. Like, it can be used to sort of just describe being really sad all the time, but it's also a clinical thingy, whereupon, you know, why are you like this? Why are you like, that's why you're like this. Oh, I forgot to reconnect the power. I'm a genius. That's just what we're learning here today. You, and then you need to connect to you, and now we hit the buttons so this thing doesn't get angry anymore. Sound good? Sounds great. Are we all happy? Are we good? Are we using too much energy? Capacity's not great. It's not great. I need to build more stuff. Yeah, depression is suck. It needs to not. Brill emo kid? Aww. That's actually really, that's adorable and similar to my little brother. Right. We need to send this off before we blow another gosh darn fuse. Boom. Oops. I have to hit the button. Watch the pod!
Milestone reached. Conveyor belts can now merge, split, and lift to save space and enhance the productivity of your factory. Fixit encourages you to consider investing in verticality when it comes to factory logistics. If you feel stressed by this complexity, imagine yourself on the shore of a vast and calm ocean.
Oh, I don't feel bad about Wave 2 goths leading to emo and scene, to be fair, because it kind of split two ways.
Breathe out,
but
feel
you know,
refreshed and focused on your duties.
Emo kind of came out of the grief that goth embraced. Emo really needed more space to just be angry, and that's valid, you know? Like, there's a difference between goth, where the concept of things being fucking depressing is just sort of like a, yep, they are. And emo being like, I need to scream about bad things that happen in my life. And you know what? Fair enough. Do that, you know? Well, it isn't apathy, it's more like... There's an inherent tragedy that the media was largely ignoring for a really long time. And the goth movement is kind of the concept of, we sit here and lay everything at the feet of, you know, these people, these outsiders, these, you know, unknown forces, and strange rituals and blaming other religions in order to make things worse for those people. And for a while there was just sort of this dichotomy between the bright, shiny, happy people who were lying about how bad things were, and like there was a little bit of blues, a little bit of rock, like Bryan Adams was kind of like handling shit, at least in the 80s sort of thing, and like that sort of rock stuff, the Americana sort of flavored rock, where it was sort of like, shit is bad, shit is hard, but we're sticking together, whereas goth was more along the lines of, the world is fucked up and I don't know why people aren't singing about it, you know? Exactly that. Like in terms of the difference between goth music and emo music is fuck this shit in general. It's a little punk, you know? It's a little fuck all this, fuck where I came from, everything is bad, why the ever living crap is nobody talking about this? Whereas goth is like, there is so much misery out there, and we exist in it, and pretending we don't is incorrect. Which is a little bit more acceptance, but not in the way of like, this is okay! Hi, welcome to Walmart. Can I order you a side of antidepressants? Sort of bullshit. It's more along the lines of, I feel misery every fucking day, and I'm in mourning for the entire world because shit's just being ignored. And I think both concepts are beautiful, you know? It's the beauty of the night sort of thing. But also just the concept of, I think it's important that we actually talk about bad things happening and not deny them or pretend everything is fine when everything is not. Or worse, blame the wrong people for the problems. Because if you're so willing to sit there and be like, well, this is the fault of, I don't know, one group of people or another, when it's literally like the people in charge for abusing their authority and power. Isn't that so funny? Because, like, some of the humor of goth is literally the concept of, you know, the least dysfunctional sitcom family is, like, the Addams Family. Yes, they literally light each other on fire, but they love each other. Can you say the same about other sitcom families where the husband and wife aren't madly in love with each other? Oh, it's so true. Alright. I need to build the ma'am. Exactly. But also, there's a lot of things about, like, the concept of darkness that is really quite appealing and beautiful, and it's also intensely fun. Well, at least back in the 90s, it was intensely funny for me and all my goth friends to go out. We'd all go in our full makeup, full kit, full gear, full kit. My clothes all thrifted. My makeup, like ancient clown makeup from like, that was like 5 years old. Like, like total vibes, you know, just hanging out on a street corner, and just people reacted to us with so much rage and hatred and like vile behavior, and we're literally just standing there chatting with each other, talking about like whether or not we're gonna actually bother to go to the LARP this week, sort of thing. Malice. Well, because we're the outsiders, right? Like the whole concept back then was that, you know, there's this group of outsider type people who embrace their outsiderness and, you know, show themselves. And it's just so easy to draw the rage of regular people who've been told by the media that the reason why everything bad is happening is because of these outsider groups that are lurking in the shadows and causing harm. And it's like, no, that's not the outsider group that's lurking in the shadows and causing harm. Like, hell, if you want a fucking screwed up wake up call, like, go ahead and look up any comedy routine that mentions Trump from like the 80s, 90s, or early 2000s. Like, go listen to Robin Williams talk about him. Everybody knew. Everybody knew what was going on with him. It isn't any goddamn surprise. Everybody knew. The issue is that anybody who could do anything about it was also in on it. But they'd rather blame the weirdos on the corner wearing funny clothes for all of that than actually ask questions about why the cops aren't doing anything about what everybody knew. Goths on a given level were also about the concept of death is okay. And that's like a big bloody fucking no-no. Like, ideally not self-harm, like not, but like the concept of we're all gonna die one day. Period. Was incredibly upsetting to people. One of the most frustrating things is when you were raised in one of these, like, groups. Because I was. And there are people who are literally like, we have no idea where this came from. We have no idea, like, why this group of people who seem so very concerned about, you know, important things were actually really full of malice. And I'm just sort of like, how did you not know? But then I realized, of course they wouldn't know. How could they know? How in the world? Because all that shit was hidden unless you were, you know, part of the in-group, so to speak. If you were part of the in-group, of course of course you knew about all of this. It had been building for decades. Oh, I'm out of iron plate. anything to upgrade, bros. I really need to build the MAM. Before I do that, I need to do this. If this isn't wide enough, I can't do it. Uh-oh. Yeah, no, evangelicals. Honey. The conservatives are the issue. I was raised in the evangelical church. All of what's happening right now, 100% their plan to try to bring about the end of the world. They want escalating tensions in the Middle East because if they do that, then maybe World War III will start. And if World War III gets started, well, then the rapture might happen. And if the rapture happens, then they all get to go to heaven without having to die first. That's the point. That's what it's all about. Well... Oh. And you're like, oh my god, why would you ban somebody who disagrees? Because I don't have time for that shit. Or am we actually gonna fucking talk about this? I don't have time for people who are wrong. Amazing he didn't say anything when I pointed out that Trump's been doing this shit forever, but, you know. That one right there. Like, some of the way that I deconstructed at the end of the day, a lot of it had to do with the concept of, of how many specific lies I'd been told about a whole bunch of things. Like, I had been told my entire life that, you know, the liberals were out to get me, that, you know, they were gonna pervert me and my thoughts, but, like, you know who went after me? My pastor did. My youth leader did. You know who gaslit me about those things? The entire fucking church did. You know who normalized harm to children? Every single fucking pastor and youth leader I ever had. I was literally part of an epiphany. If you don't know what the epiphany is, it's like literally when Mary finds out that she's pregnant. I, as a 12-year-old girl, was instructed by an adult man in his 30s that I didn't look rapturous enough, or excited enough, or ecstatic enough to be pregnant. I needed to look more like those things, and more motherly. Because after all, that is how they view fertile anybody. Yeah. Like, it is at the end of the day just 100%. Like, if Trump only fucking knew, if he knew how little they care about the things he did on that island, we'd be in a lot more trouble, because then it'd all be out. But he doesn't understand that they have literally been doing this for fucking ever themselves. They have. Oh, how did I end up with a camera? Camera. Random. F, please. There we go. It is. All they see when it comes to girls as young as 4 or 5 is the spirit of Jezebel is a concept they talk about quite frequently. Is the concept that women were basically created to make men fall. Very common concept is the idea that women only exist to make men fall. Like I actually was witness, like I was helping run a summer summer activity, summer day camp thing. And a deacon started yelling at one of the mothers for how underdressed her 4-year-old daughter was because her shoulders were showing. She was like wearing a little spaghetti strap like sundress thing. It wasn't in any way like an inappropriate dress for her age. It covered up her entire chest. It was fairly long, to be fair. It had spaghetti strap. It was a sundress, but it showed off her shoulders. And he lost it at her in public about it. Well, that's the question! And when she basically scooped up her kid and told him off, she was later privately admonished, and apparently he was too. But not because he was literally shaming a child who is not doing anything at all, but for doing it in public where the public might see it and misunderstand his correction. That was the problem. That the public might misunderstand his very correct statement, but it needed to be done in private, where only members of the church were present, because the public doesn't have an understanding of why that is such a massive concern. You mean cover up the rampant pedo shit of the evangelical church? Yep, that's the whole point. Yes, they are! They abso-fucking-lutely are! And at the time, like, when I was a kid and I was in these fucking situations and I was dealing with this fucking shit all the goddamn time, and, like, when you would, like, ask questions, and every man in the entire fucking vicinity would get this fucked up smile on their face. That's the grossest part. Tits. I'm not gonna shit on the floor. Anyways, that repulsiveness is literally what I was raised in. And it's just one of those things that you don't question, because everybody normalizes it so fucking much. And that the real problem somehow is gay adults who are not interested in children in the slightest. It's insanity. The sheer amount of times that, you know, me and my sister would compare notes, and find out, yep, him too. Yep, him too. Yep, him too. Oh, that one. Well, he's probably in the closet. But also, you know, he's incredibly violent, so there is no winning. Sorry, I've got something stuck in my teeth and it's driving me nuts. But like some of like I was saying, some of the deprogramming that I did had to do a lot with, again, just comparing notes with other people, finding out that what I had been told and what was true and what was not was way different than the things I'd been told as a kid. That, you know, who does the vast majority of these things? Who is the actual authority figures who are making like decisions that are really awful? And you keep on finding out over and over again, it's not who the church told you it was. Ever. It never fucking is. And worse, the concept of everybody's out to get us, which is nonsense. And that there are almost no Christians, like that the evangelical church is, you know, a tiny beacon of light in a hellhole that is this world, and then you find out that the evangelical church is a massive organization that is like spread across everywhere, and that, you know, they would lie to us about how many Christians there were in Africa, because apparently when I was a kid, the concept of there ever actually being any was they didn't exist. And then I found out later when I was in my 20s that, oh wait, yes they fucking did! Absolutely. Absolutely. And they'll always cover up everybody's nonsense, bad behavior, because they want the church to look good, because you can't get people to join your death cult if people think the place is unsafe, so they will always, like, they just actively cover everything up. And that's why they think everything's a cover-up, because, well, if they do it, surely the people they don't like do it even more. And it's like, or hear me out, people are actually being honest, and you guys are dishonest because you're running a cult. And you feel like you have to be dishonest in order to keep people coming. Yeah? Like, that's the idea. Well, the idea is that, like, we need missionaries. Look, let's watch a video about these kids in a village, and then you find out later that that village specifically is like not what they're proclaiming it to be. It's literally a small rural area, and you know, they have kids who've been running around all day and make them look sad for the camera, and then they go to the other side of the goddamn village where kids are dressed nicely and film there and say, after 6 months and a whole lot of work, you know, all the people of our church have saved these people. And literally every single one of those buildings were not built by the evangelical church. They were literally built by the people who live there. Yep. Exactly, Oofy. Exactly. That is exactly it. The whole, you know, if you aren't going out and accusing people of being terrible, like, you're not reaching out, you're not doing all of this work. And it's like, yeah, that's not the point here. Like, I always hated doing that kind of thing because, well, I have empathy, I guess, but, like, I always felt like, I was like, I know that if somebody did this to me and told me that I was a terrible person that, you know, needed help, I would be angry and sad. And every time I tried it, the person would be angry and sad. And I would always be like, I'm not comfortable with this. Because, like, all I'm doing is making people angry and sad, and I don't want them to be. Shouldn't they want to be happy? And if they're not happy, then what am I doing? So I never was very good at overcoming that cognitive dissonance. Oh, yay, part of the reason why there's more than one of me in here, because my brain was always trying to overcome the cognitive dissonance by trying to make a new person who might actually be able to do it. It didn't work. Okay, let's see what stuff I've got. Oh, where's my box of stuff? I mean, I have a big no soliciting sign on my door, but mostly because I just don't want to deal with that shit.
It has many characteristics that would likely classify it among the Suidae family were it native to Earth. Hog remains can now be made into alien protein, and additional research may reveal options
just for interest sake, I thought it would look cooler. Originally, I was thinking of having the on-off symbol, but I wouldn't want people poking me in the eye to turn my... So I kind of, like, did a inner reflection of, like, what would somebody who's able to see the internet inherently as a space that they can live in, what would they see? And I thought a grid, but a grid wouldn't make any sense, so I made it a square. That was the line of thinking.
Mercer sphere analysis completed. Established local planetary signature of massage 2, AB, B, in the local Mercer sphere signals, allowing them to be tracked by the object scanner. Mercer spheres can also transmit data between specific...
Witness our scripture, witness our windows. Have you come to defile our shrine? Sing us a song.
Arguing the existence of intelligent alien life. While Fixit has figured out the method, all of the original data is still untranslatable.
I love the alien technology things that always make us get all messed up.
This semi-slug, now dubbed Power Slug, is early in its life cycle and has retained only part of its potential energy storage capacity, giving it its blue color. Power slugs are capable of extracting latent energy from their surroundings, including through a form of photosynthesis, and preserve it in their porous semi-crystalline shell over their lifetime. This explains why they rarely move after having found a suitable location.
Cheers, Oofy Dog. Yeah, definitely go take care of yourself. Definitely with the self-cares. Hell yeah. Unlocking things here in the ma'am.
The crystalline mineral was a previously unknown variation of quartz, with uniquely large and flawless crystals, normally only found in synthetic quartz. The industrial application of this mineral will follow that of its synthetic counterpart, specifically in communication and exploration technologies. This fruit, dubbed the beryl nut after its distinctive color, is compatible with the human digestive system and has been added to the object scanner. Further research is available. This fruit, dubbed the paleberry due to its tendency to stay light in color even when ripe, is compatible with the human digestive system and has been added to the object scanner. Further research is available. This mushroom, dubbed bacon agaric due to its uncanny resemblance to raw bacon, is compatible with the human digestive system and has been added to the object scanner. Further research is available.
Oh, right, Ethereum.
The metal has been named Caterium after Fixit's greatest CEO Katerina Parks. It has been added as a viable alternative to gold in industrial applications, specifically in advanced electronics due to its superconductivity, malleability, and corrosion resistance. This unknown chemical element was in reality an unusual mixture of solid sulfide and sulfate materials from which sulfur can be extracted. Sulfur's primary use lies in fertilizers, which we have no use for. Instead, this element enables access to more volatile obstacle clearing and pioneer defending tools. Research completed. Silica recipe unlocked. New quartz research available. Research completed. Quartz crystal recipe unlocked. New quartz research available.
I want you to take honest. Alright, alright. Come on. Here's right back. It's been a while since I've had food, to be fair. And it's been I finally got some food, which was really good. I'm a little city, I started Arna found a city. Oh yeah. I like sandbox games? Not all the time, but sometimes. Yeah. Okay, so these are impure. I just want to do a quick look up what the ratios are here, because I feel like I should probably actually pay attention to what the ratios are. So Satisfactory. Okay, so an impure node can smelt at... An impure node smelts at... Look up NCS for YouTube. It is literally that playlist from NCS. And because the newest songs are always at the start of the playlist, if somebody does eventually copyright the music, for the most part, if you listen to it from the beginning every time, you're not going to run into that problem where you're accidentally playing copyrighted music. When it takes to make you feel better again, what it takes to make you feel better again. So it looks like they produce one. Man, imagine wanting these fucking things to work and them being like, you're really me. You listen outside, fucking honest with yourself? Would you just be fucking honest with yourself? I think they should each have their own individual. Sorry, I'm just plotting in my head what I'm gonna do next. So what I want to do is... I do have 2 more nodes, that's why I'm kind of like hesitant on, but like, do I want to develop them right now or not? Oh, sorry, 3 more nodes. I've got... These are all impure as well. Oh, sorry, there's 4 nodes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, there's 4 nodes. That I could also develop over here. That I should develop. Oh, another Mercer sphere.
Look through the window and witness a threat. The effigy has no song, only echoes, but is part of a river. Why does the effigy avoid the windows?
Attention. Your brain's operations are outside typical parameters. Time spent daydreaming will be deducted from your sustenance budget.
Not my sustenance budget. It's hard to find just regular wood, so when I find a little resource pool like this, I am going to grab as much as I can. There is no medication. Why do you have one personality? Because brain made one personality. My brain decided, no, this one's not good enough. Let's make another one. Oh, well, that one's not very good either. Oh, let's make another one. Oh, that one also kind of fucking sucks. Well, let's make another one. And it just kept doing that. Some brains just learned the trick of making extra folks and they never fucking stop. And it's just a thing. It's exactly the same process that gave you a singular personality, only it just did it more times. Not a very common thing, it just is a thing. No, I mean, I don't expect people to understand or know about it or how it works, necessarily. Generally speaking, the pass-fail that occurs is usually trauma. So, like, this person was unable to handle this particular bad thing happening. We'll just make someone new or someone who can probably handle this better than that person, because that person really isn't taking it well. I say often trauma because it is often trauma, but there are instances where apparently it can also just randomly happen. Someone's brain learns the trick and it isn't due to trauma, it just happens. Oh, there's even more iron up here. That's actually fairly rare. Sorry you went through that. Most of the time, folks who have DID may not even know they have it. They may also, since we are often deeply traumatized, it's not common for folks to be on the attack side, mostly on the defense side. It is theorized that it is in a survival type thing, so like your brain's just trying to deal with bad shit, so it just is doing what it can to deal with that. Then it may not have been DID, it may have been, not saying that everyone with bipolar is like this, but bipolar can kind of have that kind of rapid emotional shift where suddenly things have gone completely sideways and stuff like that, but generally speaking, there is no meds for me. And the thing is, there's no psychomurderers in my system. We're all just a bunch of effectively roommates, like variety of ages, but generally speaking, just aiming to survive in a world that is not great, you know? And if she is taking something for what she's been going through, it's not DID. Or if she does have DID, it's also something else. Because there isn't a medication for it. Because the thing is, who would you pick? The first person who showed up? Because that person isn't interested. Well, okay, well, that's the second person, or the person who fronted the most. Well, that first person went dormant for like 20 years. That thing turned red, I jumped so hard. I actually jumped in the game. My bags are full, but I reacted like that was on fire. But now I've got lots of stuff in here. Are they voices in my head? Not the slightest. They can easily run the body. We don't often always hear each other. Like, I can't talk to the people in my head unless, for whatever reason, they're very close to potentially taking over. Like, the idea, the words that we use is like close to front. So basically, I'm running the body right now, but it's like a meat suit. The brain's got multiple operators, so if somebody's close to front, I might be able to talk to them because they're quite close to where I am in the brain, like close to being able to control the body, sort of thing. But I can't just like ask somebody who isn't anywhere near, like, isn't anywhere in that sort of like headspace a question. I could, but it would be like talking to a wall. They're not there. There's no one there. But that isn't to say that they don't exist and that they couldn't potentially also run the meat suit when I'm not running it. Because they can. And they do. So this should be doing its thing, and it should be okay to do stuff. Yes, yes, yes. It should be alright. So I need to make a bunch of these biomass burners. Like I said, I don't expect people to know much about it because most people, what little they know is either bad Hollywood tropes or, you know, negative experiences they've had with people who say they have it and not have it, or people who think that they might have it but don't have it, or just, you know, there's a lot of like negative shit out there, and I don't blame people for not knowing. How would you learn otherwise, other than to ask somebody who knows? Okay, can we turn this round so that it... There we go! Now it's facing the correct direction? Yes, there we go! Like, what? How did I manage to put this in the wrong dang spot? It is now not in the wrong dang spot. Okay, cool. What I need to do is I need to make a splitter. Beautiful. Much better. Saying the feelings to be on the ground and burn a demon. Yeah. Just saying.
A funeral.
I don't like your face. Yeah. Need that shit everywhere. Need that shit. I ate your ass. I ate your ass in a spot. Okay, so if I I need to do iron rods times 2, and then one just makes iron rods and one makes iron plates. So one makes iron rods and the other one makes iron screws. One of these has to be devoted to just making plates, and one of these needs to make rods, but times 2. Is there ever a time in which I'm gonna need ingots? I mean, I guess I could just set something up for ingots if I really fucking need them, but I doubt I will. So let's do a splitter here. Then a constructor. We're still streaming? Yep, I will be for another hour. Can I drive? No. I can't trust that I won't dissociate. Because stress often makes me dissociate, which do you want someone who can suddenly go catatonic to be driving in front of you? No. Nope. No. So, yeah, no, I don't drive. To be fair, I can't even really take, like, public transit because there's a half a chance that I will, like, the person who gets on the gets on the bus is going to dissociate while we're on the bus, and then we're gonna go wherever the bus goes until somebody else takes over and goes, "Where the fuck are we? What the fuck were we doing? Oh shit." You've seen worse drivers? I mean, that's fair. But you really don't want somebody going catatonic on the road. That's... no. That's a big old no. So, generally speaking, if I need to go somewhere, I'm reliant on other folks to get me from point A to point B. But then again, I also don't leave my house very much, so it's less of a problem than it seems, though it is probably still a problem. Like, I've done this thing, and now I'm like full of the regrets because this is just not great. This is a level of not great that I'm not proud of, so I'm just gonna get rid of it. I guess I could just have this, like, go around and, like, that'll go that way and this'll go, like, just out this way. That'll work. That'll work. I just need more factory. Can I have a job? I personally, nope. This is my job. And the reason why I don't have more of a job than that is partly by choice, but also partly based on the fact that I have a number of physical disabilities as well. So, like, while I could potentially do labor, like physical labor, the issue is that I can't stand for very long, I can't walk for very long, I have chronic pain and so on and so forth. So, that's problem one. Problem two is because I can't focus, because different people in my system have different, let's say mental capacities, but, like, not all of us have access to the ability to type quickly. Not all of us have access to, like, you know, certain memories. Like, what the hell are we doing here? Things like that. So it can get a little complicated in terms of holding down a job. Now, have I? Yes. Do I get incredibly distracted? Yes. Have I been fucking fired for it? Yes. So, on a certain level, with the jobs market being the way that it is, if you sit there and say, well, I need some accommodation for the fact that sometimes after a phone call or a conversation, I may need time to refocus. 50. I'm like, that's valid. I am a youngling next to you. That is true. I mean, one thing that you'll notice, like, is that we, like, kind of change the sound of our voice fairly frequently. And I don't know when that habit started, but it definitely is true. And I don't know if the fact that we do that was maybe some sort of, like, plausible deniability thing, where it's sort of like, well, yeah, but our voice always sounds different, right? Actually, I'm kind of making fun of one of my mods because that was actually a fun conversation that we had. They were like, excuse me, but you're not old. And then they were like, I am much older. And I was like, oh, fair enough. Fair enough. See, I like this. They're like, it's gonna clip. I'm like, yeah, but look at that. It looks awesome. Oh, it's so smooth. You know what's really funny is, like, at one point in time we would, like, say, you know, not everybody in the system is very pleasant, you know, there's folks like Ed. And then Ed fused with Nix, and then Nick/Ed is sort of like, I'm still a bitch, but, like, less of one, I guess. What's that? I mean, it looks like limestone, right? It looks like limestone. Maybe it's not limestone. I keep on, like, coming back here because I feel like there's something over here, but there isn't. I've already gotten the thing that's on that one. I'm curious about what's over there, but I don't need to go over there. I don't need to go over there! I think it's fine. And yeah, I am kind of like cleaning everything up around here because I don't want to pave over it. I would like to harvest the resources before I turn everything into concrete. I'm kind of like taking a quick little around here to see if I've gotten all of the bushes and stuff out of here. And yes, there is a tree just poking out of there, but I will be able to cut that one down. Bushes, however, I could easily cover up, but I would rather not do that if I don't have to. I could pick them up. And tree. am I so blind? Oh, there they are. Do you remember what happens when someone else is piloting, or is it always just blank? 100% blank. The only time is if I might be somewhere near the front, and therefore I might share a little bit of it, but it's really fuzzy and not so certain what the hell we have extreme amnesia. Like, sometimes something will happen, someone else will suddenly be piloting, and then there's, like, a huge memory gap. And nobody can remember what happened the last half hour. Like, one of the hallmarks of DID, like, one of the really outstanding things that people, like, really notice is the amnesia. Like, the amnesia is one of the things that is, quite distinct about it. Like, I don't know what's going on, but my brain, yeah, I don't remember shit. It just makes you seem really flaky. And I mean, we also have ADHD, right? So it was really easy when I found out I had ADHD to kind of blame everything on ADHD. Well, yeah, I mean, I have ADHD, so... I mean, of course I don't remember. But, like, at a certain point, there's also, like... I should remember why the hell this happened, but I don't remember why this happened? And then a container. Shit, I'm low on iron rods. Yeah, we sort of view it as having like three types of memory. One is like factual, so like what my name is, who my parents are, where I live, phone numbers, you know, why the sky's blue, stuff like that. Just basic sort of that stuff. It's fairly easy for most people to access that sort of thing. And then there's like experiential memories, so like stuff that I've actually physically been through in the body, like those things are personal, so like they're linked to me and me only. Nobody else can really access them. If they try to, I'll probably end up fronting. Like we've experienced some of that. Like there's somebody in our system, because again, the brain is weird, it makes up people to deal with specific things, and sometimes those things are not intensely logical. But we literally have somebody who knows the lyrics to all Christmas songs. Nobody else does. So at some point in time, I have been at a point where I've been like, I should know the words to this fucking Christmas song. Think about it, and then I'm not fronting, they're fronting. Like, that's literally what happens. Like, that becomes a trigger for that person to pop out. And they go, why am I thinking about the lyrics to this song? What the hell? And then there's a third type of memory. Well, maybe four types. third type of memory that is what we call like flashback memories. So they're sort of like traumatic, bad memories, which are not great, but you know, shit happens. Shit's real. Sort of like shitty bad memories can kind of, I don't want to say they don't filter through, but they kind of leak through. So sometimes there'll be something that gets said and it doesn't actually make somebody else pop out, but it does make my brain go, no, 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 the entire damn time. And I might have like some idea of like something bad happened, and I don't like that. That's not cool with me. I don't know why. Thanks, brain, for not giving me any more data than that, but yeah, it's unhappy, so I guess I'm unhappy? Yes, well, it depends on the person. Some people who have been through incredibly damaging, extreme, constant trauma, it may be incredibly rapid growth of the system as a kid, and then as an adult, they may not actually get many new members, or any at all. In our case, we would have specific traumatic events which would cause splitting, you know, maybe anywhere from like once or twice a year, sometimes a little less frequent, sometimes a little more frequent. But for most people, yes, it starts in childhood, and yes, it's sort of like one of those things where, you know, childhood trauma feeds into the situation, and the more trauma you experience, the worse it is. So some people end up what's called polyfragmented, which basically means there's at least 1,000 people. They can get quite incoherent in terms of any sort of identity. Like, there's no strong identity because there's so many and so much, and there's so much trauma that there's like almost like hordes of people or groups of individuals who sort of share concepts and emotions and may individually handle each emotion. There might be like a group of 50 people inside of a polyfragmented person that are all carrying a bad memory because the brain needed 50 people to deal with how bad it was. And you might be like, that sounds ridiculous. It happens because sometimes bad things happen and they're much worse than anything you could ever think of. And that can just cause just like a mirror breaking. Instead of a mirror breaking, it is a mirror turning into fine fucking dust. We're not that kind of system, but there are those kinds of systems. And like, one of the reasons why I don't often talk about like our specific traumas is I don't need to traumatize you guys. I don't. I just don't. Hi Minato, how you doing? Okay, so I need a power pole. Here. What's really sad, Drifter, and I'm not saying, like, I can't diagnose a person I don't know. I couldn't diagnose a person I did know because that takes, like, a professional. Like, I had a professional diagnose me. But sadly, what can happen is because you're kind of in survival mode as you're, like, in your childhood or whenever the trauma's happening, that you may not know there's extra folks in there. There may not have really good communication or zero communication. The main host, like the person who fronts the most, may not have any clue that there's extra people in there, and that's because you're literally sitting there surviving and surviving and surviving and surviving. So what can happen is, the first time you get away from the abusive situation, or the first time you get away from all the stressors in your life, you can kind of sort of just have a breakdown, and everything starts going haywire, and everybody starts showing up and demanding time in the front because you're safe now. And that can actually be a really negative experience for people who, like, have been married to someone who has DID or has been dating someone and it turns out they have DID, because all of a sudden it's like, what do you mean you're not who you say you are? What do you mean you're also a whole bunch of other people? And it's sort of like they were able to relax enough and actually think about their life enough that they started seeing the inconsistencies, which sometimes causes a system to recognize itself. So, I mean, that did happen to me, but not in the way you would expect. I had a medical emergency, and all of a sudden, a person got traumatized who'd never been traumatized before, who had been sort of running the show behind the curtain, you know, like the whole Wizard of Oz thing where, you know, don't pay attention to the man behind the man behind the green curtain, who'd been keeping all of us from learning about all of us by making us dissociate whenever we'd think about the inconsistencies in our life. He'd literally sit there and trigger us to dissociate anytime we'd consider thinking about it, because it was really important that we never know about each other. He got traumatized, and because of that, all of a sudden, our entire frickin' world fell apart out of the fucking blue. So, not to say that this is what happened, but it is a potential of what might have happened, is because your ex felt safe with you, it gave them the opportunity, unfortunately, to have everybody sort of stop living on the edge of their seats and have a second to go, wait a second, I don't remember that happening. Wait a second, yes I do. Why do I remember it happening? Wait, what was I thinking about? Wait, who are you? You know, that sort of shit. You can't really compare notes when you're spending every day just trying to get through the day, but when you have a little bit of safety in your life, you might be able to do some self-analysis, and that can happen. Another thing that can happen, especially in your 20s, is a time when schizophrenia tends to pop up. It is genetic. You have a genetic predisposition towards it, and for whatever reason, it seems to be that in your 20s is when everything starts going down. Another thing that can happen is if you have, say, bipolar disorder, opposition defiant disorder, also, if you're an undiagnosed autistic person and you have just a mental breakdown, and a number of other, like, I wouldn't say personality disorders, but like, situations where a similar thing sort of happens is when the first time you're safe, you can actually spend some time analyzing your life, and that can cause you great despair. You go into depression, like all this stuff. Or, you know, you finally are allowed to unmask, and you unmask, but everything's pissing you off, and you're having incredible autistic burnout. That can happen. So, like, it happens a lot in your 20s that people kind of find someone or they get safe, and then they have a complete mental breakdown. Because, to be fair, they really needed to have a mental breakdown in childhood, but it wasn't safe to. It passed messages through you? That can happen. That also makes me feel sad, because, I mean, if that is what was happening, like, I mean, the fact that somebody attacked you is really sad, because it's uncommon. Like I said, it's uncommon, but it's not impossible. There may be somebody who takes intense offense, gets incredibly triggered. There's folks generally in systems that we refer to as protectors, who are literally the person who the brain chucks in front when you're in fight or flight mode so that you survive a situation. And that person might be somebody who might, like, take a swing, or throw something, or have a complete freak out, because that's their entire job, is to try and keep you safe in a moment. And I say that as a former protector. I say former because I've since fused a couple of times, so there's less of the instinct to leap down someone's throat, but I mean, you literally just watched me ban someone like half an hour ago for being wrong, and I mean, that is me being a reactive bitch. I don't deny it. I just, you know, I'm not gonna stab somebody over it. I'm just saying, that's not me. I play video games. Fused is a term that is used in the community when two headmates suddenly become one headmate, and a split is when one headmate suddenly becomes two headmates. It either can happen. It is just a weird thing the brain does, because I mean, depending on like as far as I'm concerned, this is a little headcanon-y for me, but like neuroplasticity exists up until a certain point. At a certain age, your brain stops making new connections, but your brain does make new connections up until like you're like 60 or 70 years old. It doesn't do it frequently, but it does it a whole lot and it does it a whole lot less after like your 20s. But there is still neuroplasticity. You can still learn new things. So what your brain can do, I think, is that it can say there's two people and they're basically living side by side, and your brain can just start making connections between them enough that your brain's just like, what is the difference between you two? You know what? There isn't one. There isn't. And then you just end up with double memories. You're like, oh, okay, that's what happened during that part of my life. Oh, that's what happened during that part of my life. Ah. Fair enough. But yeah, like I said, the reason why I ask why I question the concept is there is no medication that will take care of that though. Like, they might make you more calm, but if there's somebody in there who is 100% in fight or flight mode and isn't a safe person, and I don't know too many people who have that experience, but I can't disclude it. I can't say that it's impossible. I don't know everything. One thing that, like, anybody in a system has to learn is that you gotta get along with the universe. Like, one of our major rules, especially if we have someone who shows up, they're part of a split, there's sort of, like, some tension there because somebody's like, you know, I don't want to do this isn't who I am, I don't understand why I'm here, and I'm really pissed off about it, and, like, you know, why don't you all just leave me alone sort of thing. It's like, that's fine. We can do that, but you have to agree that you're not going to, you know, do something or say something inappropriate that would compromise our safety, right? Like, you can't hurt the body, for example, or you can't confront somebody who you can't go after somebody just because you feel like you have the right to. You have to obey the fucking law, for example. And that's just inner responsibility, right? Like, you only got one body, that body's responsible for everything. Like, it doesn't matter who's running it, the body is responsible. Right? You only got one brain, it might be malfunctioning, but it's responsible. So, if you do something wrong, or sorry, if one of my headmates does something wrong, I'm the one who still has to deal with it. Like, I can't just be like, oh, I'm sorry, that was this other person, and, like, that's not really my responsibility, because that's not me. No, it is my responsibility. Because obviously, that person, it was either not informed, or didn't take seriously the fact that reality is reality. You still need to actually behave like a decent human being when we're all in these situations. Like, you can't just throw away your responsibility or say it's not my fault because I don't want to deal with it. Like, sorry, you don't get to toss away your personal responsibility just because it's like somebody else was doing stuff. That's not how it works. So if I say if I quote unquote, if somebody in the system says something that's really offensive, that's on me. If I'm the one who's handling front after shit goes down, and the person says, "Wow, you really hurt my feelings," I'm like, "I'm really sorry about that," and they'd be like, "Well, you didn't do it, so like, I'm not really mad at you." I'm just like, fair enough, but I'm not gonna blame them and pretend that you're not hurt. Or that you shouldn't also, like that, like, I'm not gonna deny you your feelings about it because technically I didn't do it. Well, yeah, technically doesn't matter a goddamn thing. Your feelings still got hurt. Oh, I'm missing materials again. Oh my god, those are always super fun to come into, and somebody, like... Sometimes the only inkling I would get was that, it's like there's a heated debate going on, but basically, like, you're arguing about turnips, and go! And I'd be like, what? And then, like, the person's like, oh, they're, like, real mad, and I'm like, great. Now I gotta debate about fucking turnips. And you know what I did? I debated about fucking turnips because at the end of the day, it's sometimes easier to not have to try and explain what the fuck is going on. We gotta wait this one out. No, I'm not gonna actually do that to anybody. I will debate about turnips as best as I can. And they're like, well, that was what I was saying. Like, well, you made good points then, I guess. Like, what's funny is, like, here on the internet, I'm not what we call covert, which is that you just don't let people know. It's not about hiding it. It's just literally I don't want to get into the fucking nitty gritty and have people be upset or uncomfortable or blah 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 blah. It's just way the hell easier if I just don't tell anyone because it makes my life easier. Is that a terrible thing? Probably, but I don't care. I always use turnips as an example, but like, for instance, what we call a turnip in our system is actually a rutabaga. And I hate rutabagas. They're so fucking gross. And at more than one time, I would get triggered out because somebody would bring up rutabagas / turnips, because they're called turnips in some places. They shouldn't be. They're rutabagas. And I would always end up being like, why am I talking about rutabagas? Wait, what is even happening? How much time has passed? Apparently, I really need to express myself about rutabagas right now, so we're just gonna frickin' do it. Well, yeah, exactly. And a lot of people, like, there's some people who think that it's, a sign that you're evil. And there's some people who think that it's literally a cop-out. Like, even if you, like, no, I take responsibility. If something bad happens, it's on me. That's what I've done. That's me. That's something I've done and it was wrong and don't worry about it, like, I will make it up to you. Like, some people just are very quick to, like, oh, I don't want to say, like, fake claim, but fake claim's probably the best term for it, where they, like, go, yeah, okay, you just, like, you'll say anything, huh? You'll just, everything, it doesn't matter because somebody else will have done it, like, and, like, you know, I can understand where that pain's coming from, because there's probably been people in their lives who are like, oh no, it's literally this sort of thing. Okay, so this is... Sorry, I'm trying to remember what I was putting in here. This is an iron rod maker. And this is an iron plate maker. Okay, that's actually gonna do that. So that's gonna fill up with iron rods. And then we're gonna have iron rods coming out of here. Oh, the word? Rutabaga. Oops. What part of Canada am I in? Ontario. You've never heard of that term before? It might be very local. Like, it might be a Canadian thing, even. But, like, I find that, like, turnips are kind of, like, not strongly flavored, but rutabagas have a very, very, very strong flavor. Like, they're sweet, well, technically. But that does not make it better. That almost makes it worse. Oh, I just fucking realized. That's why it makes me really sick! I'm literally allergic to canola and it's related to canola. Well, that fucking makes sense. Why do Americans call it rutabaga? From rutabaga, which means root ram or baggy root, thick root and ram's foot, which is apparently a Scottishism. They're so gross. Apparently it's a very, very, very Ontario Canadianism. Like, I'm like looking it up, I'm just like, is it one of these Ontario Scottish things? Yes, it fucking is. It's literally the reason why Mike Myers sounds the way he does, but he does a Scottish accent like Shrek. Banana. Oh. Huh. Sorry, I was just thinking about the ratios that I've been working with, and then it dawned on me that I don't need to do that. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have one thing making rods and one thing not making rods. Or, sorry, I'm gonna have two things making rods. One of them's gonna store rods, and the other one's gonna send them on to the screw maker. Ah. What does Zenbai mean? Okay, so, long story short, I used to play World of Warcraft. Played World of Warcraft for a long, long time. The very first character that I created in World of Warcraft was named Dembones. She was an undead warlock. I really hated that character, but I really liked when everybody in chat called me Dem, and that I just liked that. It sounded good. So I decided to re-roll, make a new character, made a troll rogue, and I wanted the name to, like, the name Dem to stick around. I thought that was nice, so I was like, okay, well, let's look at troll names. Troll names 6 letters. They sometimes end with AI, especially with like some of the female trolls. So Dembai is where that's where that comes from. And the reason why that kind of like translated into me streaming under that name was at one point in time, I was just hanging out on a forum, and there were some people who were like looking for art, and the forum happened to be a World of Warcraft forum. So I was like, oh yeah, I'll do some art for you. So I became like Dembai got attached to my artist name, like to my art, and then that just sort of blossomed into me doing streaming under that name. So yeah, there is some trollishness to our design because of the origin of the name. Yeah, it's a World of Warcraft character. How genetic is DID? It seems to have, what's the word? It seems to have some comorbidity with, autism. Like that, which is genetic. So, it may be that, like, when non-autistic people are traumatized, they have one type of trauma, and when autistic people are traumatized, they can end up with DID. That isn't always the case, but it does seem to kind of have some overlap with, like, the same genetics as autism and ADHD, which share some genetic code. The chances of a child having DID if one of the parents have it, they'd have to be incredibly traumatized by somebody who would never want to cause trauma to them. Like, that's it. That's sort of like you'd be like, okay, well, how frequently does extreme soul-destroying trauma result in a person who wants to do that trauma to other people? And the answer is not very often. It's not the same thing as sort of like generational toughening up, because the toughening up went several steps further to a full breakdown of the person that person is, to the point where they didn't know who they were, and parts of them decided to be one person and parts of them decided to be other people because that was easier than trying to figure out how to be all one person. But suffice to say, every heckin' person that I know from the internet and other sources who have DID, every single one of them either has autism or ADHD. Like, or they get diagnosed with them later. Like, I knew somebody who had it, and then they were like, well, yeah, I don't have any of those things. And I was like, girl, you're autistic. But, like, I didn't say anything to her about it because, I mean, maybe she isn't. Maybe I'm just being judgmental. And then, like, 3 years later, she came back, she's like, actually, I am autistic. I'm like, yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. Anyways. But again, that's not to say that everybody who has it does have autism or ADHD. It just, in my experience, over hundreds of people who just seem to always have one, the other, or both, and also ADHD, and DID, there is some correlation there. Generational toughening, sort of the concept of, like, tough love. Like, you know, you don't get dinner until you take out the trash. I mean, and that can be cruel when you really need something to eat. And, you know, gentle parenting would say, well, to be fair, gentle parenting would probably still send you out with the garbage, but with the understanding of, yes, I hear you, yes, I know you're hungry, but this needs to happen first, and then we will, you know, then you wash your hands and, like, you know, it could be, like, the hard knock life type thing and the slight callousness thing that's kind of, like, linked to generational trauma, and, like, you know, but also, like, the concept of you've been yelled at your entire life, so you turn around, you yell at your own kids, and you go, oh my god, I sound like my abusive parent, and you cut it the fuck out, but that doesn't mean that you didn't yell to start with. That can also be a type of generational trauma, but, like, if you're making steps and doing things so that, one, you're preventing those instances, and two, you're going through, hopefully, doing it the right way the next time, making sure that you're doing better the next time, going to therapy, things like that. Like, there's ways of negating generational trauma, but there is some instances where, like, you know, people are like, well, these bad things happened to me when I was a kid, and I turned out okay, and I'm like, you're really defensive about this. It almost sounds like it may have affected you in some way. I need to make a storage container again. I'm not sure where the hell I'm gonna put it, but it's gonna go somewhere. Maybe I'll just put it, like, here. I guess I'm just gonna put one of these in directly into storage. And then this one's gonna go and become screws. Oh, but I need to make more reinforced thingy things. Exactly. It should be an ideal, like, both an understanding but also an ideal to, like, want to do better than your parents, I would think. I think that is a fully reasonable thing to want to do, is do a better job than your parents did. So that, you know, the sads don't have to be eternal. Okay, I want to make a constructor here-ish. If I can, if there's room, hopefully there is. I thought I made... Oh, I made the screws, but not the plates. Haha! But it does seem to be, there seems to be some types of thresholds that, like, it doesn't happen to everybody who potentially is could potentially have it. It doesn't seem to happen to everybody who may have been traumatized in that way. Like, traumatized in really extreme ways, and they may still not actually have the, DID. Or if they do, it's goddamn deep and, like, ain't nobody talking sort of thing. Because there are what we call covert systems, which is often the person who's running the show has no fucking clue that there's anybody else involved. And the chances that you'd actually ever see anybody, like, come across a situation where you'd actually know that you were talking to a different person would be nil. Like, the chances of you actually even finding out that somebody is a covert system is basically nil. It's almost time for me to get offline. Phone rang, and we go. Yep, my mouth was muted, and sorry, my mouth was moving, and I was muted. Yes, you were correct. You are correct. So this is going to also make the iron rod. So that makes the iron rod, and this makes the iron rod, and then this just collects iron rod, and then this actually makes screws. No, I did not say that. I said most people who have experienced extreme trauma to the degree of having had their personality break down and their will shattered and, you know, their personality broken aren't gonna do that to their kids. Possibly because they can't even fathom it. That is to say that they aren't going to cause trauma in other ways, but they're not going to inflict that same shit. And if you're like, but people say that people who have been through really bad, extreme, terrible things totally do it to kids. No, they fucking don't. They don't. They don't. That is something that people who do terrible fucking things to kids tell other people. Like, oh no, it definitely happened to me. But that it isn't totally that I got to see some examples of it and was told that it was totally okay by other terrible people. But there's a difference between that and just, like, ye old casual extreme discipline that was actually abusive. There is a distance between those two things. Not necessarily a lot of distance, depending, but there is some distance between the two. So that's making screws. Sure, and thank you for the warning. Well, exactly that, Drifter. Exactly. Okay, so that's attached to that. That's attached to that. These two should be attached. Ugh. Put all that on Tilda, of all the random things. I do need another splitter. Whatevs doesn't speak English as their first language, so the concept whatevs is just because someone did something terrible to me does not mean I'm gonna do something terrible all the time now, and that it is important to say things like that because there's a lot of incorrect associations with, like, oh, something terrible happened to you? Well, that makes you one of them too. I'm wrong about English being your first language, I may just be a dumbass. That could be me being a dumbass. If you're okay, I ask myself whatever. Okay, so half the screws are going in there, the other half is coming out here, and then these two things get combined in a combiner, but I don't actually have one of those yet, do I? I don't think I do. No, I don't. Okay, so I should be able to connect this to the damn power grid, and it should work. Emphasis on should, and a lot of emphasis on that should. Okay, so connect with that, and then all I ever wanted, like I am, a part of my soul. So I knew all the perfectness. I can still be happy, even though you're not happy, even though you are not. Generally speaking, that is the current thing that should happen, is everybody should be alright. There may be fewer, there may be more folks, but generally speaking, when you're not in an incredibly stressful, traumatizing time, you may end up having several folks fused together because you're no longer experiencing so much stress that everybody's super separate and all your memories have to be separate. There's a lot of therapeutic work that can happen that goes into it, but you may always have a couple extra people, or you may end up with just everybody's always gonna be separate. And either of those is fine. The whole idea is to make you a functional human being on some conceivable level. It may also be that if you get good at communicating with other folks in your head, like you may actually be able to overcome some of the separation of, like, I can't necessarily hear anybody else in my head. Necessarily, like sometimes I can, but it's very rare. But if I happen to, it's actually not a big deal because now I like literally can. It may be that there's no amnesia walls anymore. So like, if one person pops out and another person pops in, they might actually know what was going on, and you may end up with something called like down. You call it downgrading, but you'll end up with OSDD, which is. It's still a dissociative disorder. You still dissociate, but you don't have that classic amnesia issue. What are you piggies doing here? Wait. You can hack and die is what you can do. Well, what you were saying is that a lot of people do carry on doing the same bad things. I mean, some people use that as an excuse. sure. Like, bad things happen to me, so it's okay if bad things happen to you. But it's not the same thing as the kind of fucked up shit that needs to happen in order for your brain to break. That kind of shit means that if you try and replicate the experiment, you're probably just gonna be the one ending up on the fucking floor. Or someone else is in your body having a complete breakdown. Like, it's not the same, it's not precisely the same thing as somebody who's like there's some people out there who are like, you know, I had to work hard, so I don't see why you should get any mercy from this terrible world, or like, bad things happen to me, so I don't care if the same things happen to you, or even like, well, you know, I was raised this way, so I'm going to do harm to other people. I mean, I don't want to be naive and have altruistic version, like pretend that bad things don't happen and that there is no such thing as generational trauma, but I think there's degrees of it that, that shouldn't be ignored just because, you know, we're more comfortable, or like it was almost like, I don't want to say blaming the victim, but like saying that, well, if a bad thing happened to you, that you're going to do precisely the same amount of bad shit. Like, that's just not a position I would ever take, because it implies some fucking horrible shit. I mean, there is some cultural stuff to it, but that's precluding the fact that people can learn to do better. People can get information, and people can be better people. Not everybody does, and it should be said that when somebody shows you who they are, you should probably believe them. But that's not the same thing as, I'm gonna do the horrible things my parents did to my own kids, necessarily. They might. I won't say they absolutely can't, but saying that they will 100% is also very incorrect. Sorry, walls like this sometimes have wood all over them, but like this one does. Okay, so let's say somebody got spanked as a kid. They have three choices, and one of them is probably not what's going to happen. But let's say that they have three choices when they have their own kids. They can do the exact same harm that was done to them. They can say, I didn't like that, so I'm not going to do that. I'm going to find a different way of doing it. Or they can escalate because they were traumatized and they need someone else to feel absolutely terrible. Worse, even. Worse is better. So, I'm going to say the vast majority of people don't carry on doing precisely what their abusive parent did. I'm going to say that most people try not to be that bad, partially because they have empathy towards their own children. Does that mean that everybody does the same thing? No, of course. They have three choices. They can do better, they can do worse, or they can do the same. But I would say that the vast majority of people try to do less. Or at least legitimize to themselves that it's not as bad as what their parents did. It's not your observation that there's like three choices and most people would make the choice to not be terrible? I guess I just run in different circles. Or at the very least, somebody who would say, you know, I'd like to hurt kids, I just block them immediately from my life because they don't deserve my time or energy. Well, let's just put it this way. The person who traumatized me told me a lot about the trauma that was inflicted on them. And how the trauma they inflicted on me was certainly not as bad. Was it not as bad? Absolutely it wasn't. I know for a fact it wasn't. Does that give her DID? No, because I'm a different person than she was. She's pretty fucking neurotypical. However she handled her trauma doesn't fucking matter because she decided that making my life a living hell was perfectly acceptable. Did she hurt me worse than she was hurt? Fuck no. Absolutely not. But I broke. She didn't. She broke in other ways, let's put it that way. She didn't break and end up with DID. So would I inflict my trauma on a fucking kid? No, because I literally have kids, like kids, legitimately kids, who, you know, the brain made them tap out, and only recently have any of them woken up, who definitely remember that as though it happened yesterday. And, you know, it's easy for me to be like, how do I handle this situation? And the answer is literally, I would probably just want to hear that I'm still okay. That seems like a more reasonable thing to do. Okay, I'll do that. Does that mean that, like, that's gonna work for everybody and that, you know, most people are not gonna try and do better? I think most people do at least tell themselves that they're trying to do better. Everybody thinks of themselves as the good guy, for the most part, unless you're, like, severely traumatized and have literally been told you're the bad guy the entire time, but, like, for the most part, everybody's the hero in their own story. They try to be a good person. They don't actively try to be the worst person ever. It also doesn't make it okay just because she was also traumatized, you know? I'm not excusing her. I don't talk to her. But that being said, do I understand the severity of what she went through? Yep. Was it worse than what I went through on a physical level? Absolutely. I think being conscious of it and actually actively trying to find new methods as opposed to just slightly milder methods, or to be fair, it's the exact same fucking method, but telling yourself that it's milder, you know, there is something to be said about that. But I also think that everybody does think of what they're doing is less than what their parents did. If their parents were bad. Shit. Bastards. You know. Something on that rock. Oh, you're not. There we go. Why is that an invalid placement? Like, what? Oh, because it's intersecting with the thing I want to get to? Oh no, like I said, I'm not saying that isn't a possibility. There's always a possibility that they're doing the same, or they're even doing worse. And they don't know any better, but they're like, it's not as bad as what I went through. But I do think that the vast majority of people, at the very least, are thinking they're doing better. They may not be, but I think they're thinking they're doing better. But again, like I've said a zillion and one times, like I'm not a therapist, so I don't have all the answers. I can just tell you what I've observed and, you know, what I feel about things. So the same thing as having facts. It really isn't. There may be good, hard fucking data out there that's like, nah, it literally everybody is shit. Now I'm just like, fair enough. True. It's fair enough. Like. I will not deny the possible existence of many, many, many empirical data type thingies saying precisely, ayo, no, like everyone is shit. And fair enough, that definitely would be the case. And I'm laughing because I'm just like, I should be clear. I'm not exactly gonna be an expert. True. And again, maybe like the hair splitting that my parental unit did is literally me having been gaslit. Won't say that I haven't been gaslit. Absolutely fucking have been. Again and again and again and again and again and again. Realized I need to empty my bags again. Put everything in my bags so that I could throw it all in the MAM, but now my bags are full of random crap, and they shouldn't be. Why do I have so much fucking... Oh, I know why I have so much iron ore. I'll just throw this in here for now. That's okay. Oh, haha! I'm like, why isn't this thing working? I'd like put so much stuff in it. Distinct lack of being attached to the power grid. That's why. Maybe I'm waiting. Ooh, I know. Got a lot of the same things. What am I? I'm Nyx, but William is very close to friends, so it's very likely he will remember you too. I think we did a good. We made a lot of stuff. We made some bolts and stuffs and the wires. Oh, I haven't even done the copper yet. Oh my gosh. I was like, I'm so good. I've definitely got all this done, but no, I haven't. Let's do the obstacle clearing, and then I'll make a chainsaw the next time I stream this game. I can get rid of all of these heckin' trees. Yeah, same here. Look at this Weetabix! So I could look and see how what our demand looks like versus capacity. Let's send off the last shipment here. I do need to make some cable. Mental rest, yes. Body still needs to sleep though, so even though I'm actually not in charge of getting us to go to sleep, that's William's job. Bitch can sleep anywhere. So it's not like we can just keep on running and running. Your body, it do
Milestone
get
reached.
tired.
Solid biofuel, created from any biomass, ensures maximum efficiency of biomass burners. To aid in biofuel production, the chainsaw allows for the removal of tougher wood and coral foliage. Additionally, your pocket dimension has been inflated to increase inventory size. Inspirational note: will you be the Fix-It Employee of the Month? You could be if you construct, automate, explore and exploit by eliminating all obstacles to efficiency. This isn't just fun, it's contractually mandated, fun, fun, fun.
I love Ada. Okay. We are going to go to the beds, and I'm going to go to the beds, and then we're gonna go to the beds. Alright. You guys are awesome. We love you so much. Y'all take care of yourselves. For those of you on the YouTubes, feel free to like and subscribe. It's a really nice thing to do. And I'm gonna go to bed, and you can go to bed, but you don't have to go to bed. But we will see you guys later. Y'all take care of yourselves. Y'all have a good night. For those of you on Twitch, we will be doing a little raid out. We'll find someone nice to raid. I do believe the Liz is online, so we might be raiding into Liz, but Liz may have also gone offline by now, so we're gonna have to figure it out. If not, we'll find someone who's playing this or something similar, and yeah. We hope to see you again soon, so feel free to give us a little follow, and we will see you guys then. Let's see who's online. We do have a Liz, but Liz usually does not stream more than 5 hours, so it may just be that if I go in there, it would be the end of her stream. Let's see, let's see. Let's head over to... We'll head over to Liz, because Liz is at the very least we'll find someone nice to raid. We'll see you guys later. You take care of yourselves. Y'all have a good night. Bye now.